Check, check, check. Hey, everybody. Shalom. It's good to be here. It's good to be up and going. We are talking about the election tonight. We're going to be going over what's going on. I know I'm getting on this a little late. I'm probably going to have a little bit of a break in here somewhere to, go put my kids to bed. But I'm going to be covering and talking about the election a good bit tonight. Because this is really, really important right now. I'm going to be getting on here with the guys here in just a minute, just to talk about the election and stuff that's going on. So what do we got going on here? So anyway, sorry, I'm eating a little bit here. I'm a bagel. Having a bagel. Where's my stream at? I know we're going to have... there's a lot of people you could be watching right now. But... oh, wait. Why is my stream not listed correctly? I did not tell it to make it as that title, but whatever. I guess we'll kind of work with it. So I hope y'all are having a good time, enjoying yourselves out there. So right now we're looking at Trump being up by 3 million votes on the popular vote, which is good. So right now Trump's sitting good with 178 votes. I'm a Trump supporter. I'm just going to tell you right now. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Not going to beat around the bush. I'm just going to tell you exactly what's going on. I'm a big Trump supporter. I just am. I've talked a little bit about why I am and what I think and what my opinion is of all that. So I've got some other. I've got Steven Crowder's live stream going in my background here. I won't air any of it. Whoa, that is not where I wanted that to be. So we're gonna move this over here. Wasn't expecting it to show up on that screen. So anyway, I'm gonna be hopping in here on the election with the guys, talking with them, going over things and talking to them about stuff. So we've got Next Gen, we've got Shish Kebab, Ark, and Adaja 76. I don't know. I know him personally in real life. I know him as an individual. I don't know his game tag very well. But I'm going to go ahead and join in on the call here, and we'll kind of go over some of this election stuff. But I'll go over it here real quick with you guys ahead of time before we get on with them. So Florida, they're basically done. They're pretty much done. Trump took the state with 1.5 million votes, which wasn't surprising. Miami, and they're not even done. Like, they haven't fully finished, but like Miami, this is Miami-Dade County. I've visited Miami in my lifetime, and it's majority of the there's a huge amount, not a majority, but there's a huge amount of Cubans that live in that area, and they're all really fed up with what the Democrat Party's doing, and they're voting Republican just out of principle, out of their own morals and principles, just in general. Which isn't surprising because a lot of the Hispanic vote in this election is just swinging heavy towards Trump. Well, man, that lead for Trump's looking really good. Texas, 900,000 up. Not terribly surprised. he's blowing it out of the water right now. That lead is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger over the night. South Carolina, not surprising. Alabama was immediately called. There was no way Harris was going to pull it off. Mississippi, that was immediately called. That's not even close. Louisiana, that was, yeah. Arkansas, Oklahoma. Oklahoma City's got some blue to it, but that'll probably eventually turn red. In the last election, the entire state was red. There was not a single county that was blue. Not even a light shade of blue. So North Carolina is one of the bigger states that's going on right now. Important swing state. And it's got 58% of the vote reporting. I anticipate it's going to go to Trump. Not by high margins, but it'll probably go to Trump by probably about the percentage you're seeing there. About 4%. Right about 3 to 4%. Virginia, this one's going to be close. I honestly think this one's going to be close. I've been watching all of the... Ohio got called. I know some people who live there. This does not surprise me even a little bit. Not even remotely. That Ohio went red. Ohio and Florida, these are no longer swing states. They're just not swing states. Minnesota, only 1% reporting. Not enough to talk about there. Wisconsin, there's some chatter that will probably go to Trump, which, good news. Michigan, I don't know how Trump can pull it off. There's some positive news, but I really have a hard time believing that state will go to Trump, just in general. Because it's the political system there is fairly corrupt. Pennsylvania, this is going to be the big state to fight over. And who knows? I mean, they're only 30% reporting. I anticipate that this vote margin right here of 1 million for Harris and 900,000-ish for Trump will probably swing more in Trump's favor as the night progresses, which is good news, but we'll stay reasonable here. Maine, looking okay at the moment, but I mean, it's too early. Vermont got called pretty early. Immediately I got called. New York got called pretty fast. I think it got called immediately. See, here's what really gets me. Honestly, there's so little reporting at the moment. The numbers that are being shown here for Kamala Harris in this state, I don't think that she's going to end the night with a 30% margin. I don't think she's going to end it with a 30% margin. It's going to be a lot lower than that, in my opinion. I think it's going to be quite a bit lower. Just because trends have been showing pretty heavily that the Democrat advantage in the state of New York has been diminishing over the years. Over the last 12 years, it's slowly coming down because the people in the state are just very fed up with the way the Democrats handle things. 12 years ago, all of the counties in that state voted blue except for like 2 that were light red. Nowadays, majority of the counties in the state of New York vote red. Just as a rule, they just do. So, of course, Connecticut's gonna go for Harris. The thing is that these percentage margins seem astronomically high, but the vote totals that are being shown really are not that high. They just aren't. Um, Vermont, this is a pretty big margin. 100,000 votes in a tiny little state like Vermont, that's a lot. Iowa, this will flip red before the end of the night. It'll flip red because this will not stay. This will light up like a Christmas tree and it'll turn red. That state is going to be red by the end of the night. There is no way. Kansas, it was showing to be Harris favored for a little bit, but that changed quick. There's no way. There's no way Harris will be able to pull that state. There's no way. Missouri, it's showing Harris is up. They're only 21% reporting. That state is not going to go for Harris. There is no way Missouri is going to go for Harris. Illinois, that's 500,000 votes with 50% of the vote being tallied. There's no way. I feel bad for the people of Illinois because they're stuck and beholden to Chicago. That's it. They're just stuck under the suppression of Chicago. California is going to be a bloodbath nightmare. It's going to be terrible over there. Oregon is showing some signs that it's going to start moving, that is moving to the right, because all these counties, basically all these counties and all these counties are wanting to secede from the state of Oregon and become part of Greater Idaho. They are filing to leave the state. Washington, a lot of this is going to be pretty red, but then you're going to have a few places that are blue, and the state's just going to go for Harris. That's just how it goes. Trump's up almost 4 million votes. He's up 3.8 million votes. That's really good news. Georgia, I just have a hard time believing that Harris is going to be able to pull Georgia. There's no way. There's just no way. Virginia, this one's going to be so close. It's going to come down to the end. I'm thinking like 78% of the vote has to be tallied before they'll even consider calling it. But even then, I think it's going to be just so close that there's no way they'll be able to legitimately call it until like right at the end. North Carolina, Trump's margin is going up a good bit, which is good. It's a pretty poor state just in general economically. Like I said a little bit ago, I anticipate that this percentage is probably going to hold the whole rest of the night, and that likely Trump will hold it. It's very likely that Trump will hold North Carolina. I'd be very surprised if he didn't. I'm surprised New Hampshire hasn't been called yet, but it's most likely to go to Kamala Harris, but there is a slim, very, very slim chance that Trump holds the state. I don't know. I watch everything leading up to this, polls, all kinds of things. I watch a lot of stuff leading up to this, and I just have a hard time with the idea that people are voting for Kamala Harris because they think she's a good candidate. I don't believe that. I don't think they're voting for her because they think she's a good candidate. I don't think people are voting for her because they like her policies. I think they're just voting for her because she's just not Donald Trump. That's all there is to it. And they've made Trump out to be this boogeyman that in the last few years that people are just not believing anymore because it just doesn't make any sense. And there's a lot of information that shows that that he's just not the person that he's been made out to be. And he's calmed down quite a bit. Since 2016, he's become a lot less crass. He's a lot less crude. He's more of a presidential candidate than he used to be. He's not perfect. But if you're having issues with him based on his character or the way he does things or the way he acts. I don't know what to tell you. He's a flawed human being just like the rest of us. So, all right, let's get into this call with the guys and see how we're doing. Hola, señores. Not much. I'm here. So, I'm watching the election extremely closely. I've had this thing up all night so far. Just going. Yeah, I got my display set up over here on Gildan. So, showing what's going on. So Trump pulled Florida. They're 95% reporting, and he's got 1.5 million votes over Harris. He just blew it out of the water. 1.5. I would like it to be 9.5, but still. But yeah. So, excuse me. So, some of the states that have been talked about as toss-ups, I'm really like, I don't believe that some of these are toss-ups. Georgia's pretty much in Trump's favor. North Carolina, same deal. Like, he's holding at about 3%, a little over 3%, which I figure that's probably what he's going to have at the end of the night. Yeah, well, the mugshot heard around the world really affected that one pretty heavily in the state of Georgia. The mugshot. Yeah, there was a whole there was a whole thing about that. It was there were guys who were like, man, there were blacks in the Atlanta area that were like, man, if you get your mugshot under this lady, you part of the hood. We're voting for you. Yeah, he does. He straight up does. Oh, this is. Go ahead. I won't lie. That was one of the funniest epic rap battles I've heard in a while. There were a few really good burns on Harris in that one. There was a couple of good ones on Trump too, but man, I think the funniest one that I remember from that was Trump was telling Harris, you might want to wear makeup when you go to Ohio because they're eating the dogs, insinuating that she's ugly. Right. Yeah. Yeah. I I think there was a very subtle message on that one, but you know. So we're getting a few good things for the Senate races so far. In the state of Texas, Allred's losing pretty handily, which I'm not terribly surprised by that. in spite of their attempts. Um, Ohio, this is one. Sherrod Brown was up for re-election, and he's losing pretty well. He's down a little over 4.5%. So I don't anticipate him to be able to make up that difference, and so the Republicans will gain another seat in the Senate, which is good news. Yeah, the House is actually rather important. So far, yeah, so far the GOP has 106 seats, and they've gained one, and the Democrats only have 74 at the moment. So some good news there. Yeah. 152 to 103. Yeah. I just have the Google thing up at the moment, so I can't really speak to any of it on that regard. I'm just going off of what I got. Missouri just got called. Missouri. Wow. Yeah. Louisiana's 8 electoral votes. Doesn't seem like much, but that's actually not. That's not bad. That's a good amount of votes. Trump is up in the popular vote at the moment. It'll stay that way until California, and but he's up by a little over 4 million votes at the moment in the popular vote. To be honest, there is actually a good chance that Trump carries the popular vote this time, because there's actually a lot of information that's kind of showing, hey, he might just carry that vote, that part of it. The one I find interesting is New Mexico right now is it's only 19% reporting, but Trump's got a lead in it. We'll see if that holds for the night. And Trump is up by 100,000 votes in Virginia. Which honestly, I think that one's gonna take a long, long time before anybody calls that one, because there's been so many polls saying that it's so close. Probably the funniest thing I heard today was over in Pennsylvania. There are people who are going around in like 15 passenger vans, and they're going to places like Amish weddings, and they are picking up people and taking them to the polls, getting them to vote, and then taking them back to the wedding. Hey, yeah, it the future of our country depends on this. Let's get it done. Yeah. Well, and it's well, yeah. And at this point, the Amish will not vote for a woman. They just won't. And that was actually one of the problems that John McCain, not was it? Yeah, it was John McCain had back in 2008. That was actually one of the problems he had in Ohio was the Amish wouldn't vote for him because he had a woman vice president. Because they look at it from a biblical standpoint and say women can't be in authority, so that includes the presidency and vice presidency. So we're not voting for him. And we're surprised by this because I'm surprised they haven't called Kansas yet for some reason. What are you playing again? $4.5 million up over Harris. Yep. Not surprising. 198. She's got to be sweating. Gosh, she has got to be sweating this. She's been polling so terribly leading up to this. She got a big bump immediately right at the very beginning because it's like, oh, she can form a complete and total sentence. Joe Biden can't. And then a month went by and everybody went, maybe Joe can form a sentence better than her. Yeah. It's like, what? So what do you think about inflation? Well, I was raised in a middle class home. And little does anybody know, my father teaches communism. Yeah, the Joy campaign. It's like, oh, that's not reminiscent of the Soviets at all. I think it's hilarious. Montana only has 2% reporting, and they called it. They're like, this isn't even up for debate. This is just going one way. Right. Well, I'm live streaming this. This is going to be old news by the time your videos come out. Right. See, refresh the page. Man, he's almost up by 5 million now. He's getting close. Explosions. Oh, wow. All of a sudden, Arizona's got a whole bunch reporting. They're at 34% reporting. And it's a dead heat. And it's like 40 votes apart, quite literally. Man, why aren't they calling Colorado? Good grief. Just call Colorado at this point. Trump's up 5%. North Carolina still and holding. Oh, so far the GOP's holding at 47 seats in the Senate to 36 on the Democrat side. (119 seats. 119 seats in the House so far. Nope, they called Colorado. Your planets are keep getting called. Yeah, no kidding. Is it Ada? AIDAJA76? I do not know how to pronounce your tag. What game are you playing? I've played it before. A. A? What game are you playing specifically? What game are you playing? I've played it before. I can't remember the name of it. Dust, that's right. Yeah, I played it on Xbox 360 years ago. I actually like got pretty far and leveled up pretty far in that game. It was actually a lot of fun. Yeah, because I was watching it and I saw the sword thing kind of floating there. I'm like, wait a second, that sword looks familiar. And then the little floating orange bat thing, bat whatever it is. I was like, oh yeah, I recognize this game. So if anybody in the chat wants to see a specific state and see how it's going at the moment, just feel free to say something. Let me know. Um, I'm going to be at this for a while. I might have to take a break here in a bit to put my kids to bed, and then I'll be back on. But I'll leave the audio going so that way y'all can listen to the guys talk and playing games and stuff. So, all right, we'll get back with them here. Yeah, it's not much. He's going to win one of the districts, so he'll get at least one electoral vote from the state. My goodness, are they going to call Kansas? Come on. We know it's not going to go for Harris. So with who? So who you're watching? Who are they saying's getting it so far? Yeah, good luck with that. It's like just play your cards and just say who you're in favor of. Don't play this game of, well, we're trying to be not biased. No, 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 no. You have biases. You just have biases. That's just how it is. $5 million vote lead for Trump on the popular vote. Yeah, yeah. We still have to deal with Nevada, which might actually go for Trump. Actually, um, we have to wait through Arizona. Georgia is going to be a little bit more of a hot button state. North Carolina, I don't think that's not a swing state. I do not understand why the media keeps trying to make that out to be a swing state. It's not a swing state. Pennsylvania, that was going to be hotly contested. Michigan, Wisconsin, definitely. Virginia is going to go all the way down to the end. It's probably going to have to be 80% reporting or more before they'll call it. Because the rich men north of Richmond don't care about us. Oh my goodness. West Virginia, 79% reporting. Trump has a 70% of the vote so far. To Kamala Harris is 28%. Well, it definitely helped that Joe Manchin decided to retire, and because he was the last real blue dog Democrat in the state that continued to hold his position because there were people who still believed in him and still liked him, even though it's like, why are you guys still voting for him? You guys are a red state. Stop voting for this guy. Whoa, New York Times is now predicting Trump will win the popular vote. It's been a long time. Uh, they should, but they've already called it. Yeah, that's like one of the stupidest decisions you could possibly make. It was George W. Bush back in 2004. That was the last time a Republican won the popular vote. Yeah. The last time a Republican won the popular vote, it was 2004. It was Bush. Reagan demolished when he ran for re-election. Only losing one state to Mondale, which was Minnesota. Almost 5.5 million votes in the popular vote for Trump. Almost. They still haven't called the Senate race for Texas, which is weird to me because it's like, no, this is a foregone conclusion. Like, New Mexico's actually pretty close. It's a difference of about a little over 19,000 votes. This is the Senate. Whoo! All right. GOP just has gained 3 seats in the House. $129 right now. Yeah, if we can get all 3 branches of the government, that would be fantastic. The only thing that I'm looking at is basically if Trump loses, the best thing we could hope for is control of the House and the Senate. That'll slow things down. It won't fix much, but it will just slow things down. All right. Let's see. Governor races. Let's check out some governor races. Vermont. This is the thing that gets me. Is Vermont elected a Republican governor, but they still voted for Harris for president. I just don't understand that. New Hampshire is likely going to have a Republican governor. West Virginia has one. Indiana, Missouri, North Dakota, and Montana all pretty much guaranteed. But North Carolina, for some reason, they called it for the Democrat. I just don't understand. It's like, why aren't these people voting one way just in general? I don't get it. Yeah. Sometimes at the state level, that kind of stuff kind of gets a little blurry, where it's an issue of the people look at their Democrat governor and go, "Oh, they did. They're doing a good job. We like what they're doing. They're doing fine. And we'll just vote for them, even though we're not going to vote for a Democrat for president or for the Senate." I don't know. That whole mindset is a little perplexing to me, but yeah, right, yeah. I mean, like in the state of Florida, basically everybody there is voting down ballot one way. That's basically all that's happening in that state because they don't. The state of Florida has a supermajority in the state level House and Senate, with DeSantis as their governor. They're just and there's no public office that is being held in the state of Florida right now that is ran by a Democrat anywhere in the state of Florida. So I mean that's a good show of like full blown polarization, but all right, I will be back in a little bit. I have to go put the children to bed. So, I'm back, everybody. Let's see where we're at. 210 votes, electoral votes for Donald Trump. 212 for Kamala Harris. Let's see. What's going on here? Kansas got called, which, like I said, that's one of those. Well, what took so long? What else got called? Tennessee. Oh, Tennessee got called. That's not surprising. Wisconsin's looking good. Oh, Michigan's kind of shifted around a little bit. PA is doing better. Oh, it's so close in Virginia. Oh, it's so close. Okay, I'm going to hop back on with the guys here. All right, I'm back. "48 Senate seats to 37 Senate seats. We're on track pretty well. Uh, 48 Senate seats for the GOP and 37 for the Democrats. A little bit. It's getting close to 6 million votes in the popular vote towards Trump at the moment, though. So his overall vote is for the popular vote is still holding, and it keeps growing. So for the House of Representatives, the GOP is at 141, and the Democrats are at 93 at this moment. And all of the governor races are decided. Well, no, all but 2. Oh, it's about time they called it. They can't tell the truth either. 56% of Wisconsin is reporting in, and Trump's still ahead by about 1.5%. Honestly, out of all of the blue wall states that are up north, Wisconsin is probably the least likely to have major shenanigans because they don't do any early voting of any kind. You either vote election day or you don't vote at all. Oh, I thought he was out in Minnesota. Oh, he's from Wisconsin. I thought he was out in Minnesota. But yeah, I can understand why he's. I can completely understand why he told people in Wisconsin, go vote. Seriously, go vote. I was listening to a little bit of Turning Point USA on their live stream, and they were saying that they actually have a lot of people on the ground out in Wisconsin pushing people to vote, and they said that they're getting a lot of first time and low propensity voters in Wisconsin to show up and vote. Like, a lot. Yeah. Well, a lot of those people saw the fruits of what they voted for, and then they said, "Yeah, that's not. No, we're not doing that." Because everybody was like, "Oh, well, Trump's got it in the bag," and it ended up being, "No, he really didn't," because the vote had to be too big to rig, and the people just didn't show up enough. Right. We should be hearing something out of Nevada here shortly. If Maryland actually they actually do the whole whoever wins the popular vote, they allocate their votes to that person. It might be funny that Maryland ends up being the thing that clinches it for Trump. That would be hilarious if that happened. Because right now Trump's got it's not 5 million, it's now 4 million votes ahead in the popular vote. We'll see if that holds true after California, Oregon, and Washington drop. And they should be dropping here soon. Yeah. Yeah, Idaho, Trump should probably go up here a few more electoral votes here in just a little bit with Idaho closing their polls and everything, because that's going to be one of those. Oh, that's just an instant Trump state. Yeah, basically after 10 o'clock, it's right after 10 o'clock, it's going to become the long, slow drip getting to 270. Because basically all the guaranteed states are all just going to hit all at once, and then we're just going to have to wait for Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, PA, Michigan, Wisconsin. Oh, okay. At least they're not calling Montana for Harris. There were polls back in 2020 that were saying that Joe was up 8% in Montana. It's like, what are you guys talking about? Apparently, like about 2-3 weeks before today, Kamala Harris pulled all of her money from Nevada and Georgia and dumped all of her campaigning money into Virginia to try to hold Virginia. Yeah. Basically, all of the states that have been um, very consistently Democrat, um, she's bleeding support in blue states. Like, seriously bleeding support. With the history of the state of New York, actually about, oh, I forget when it was. I think it was like 2008. The state of New York had only 2 light red counties. Only 2. And all the rest of the counties in the entire state were blue. And then that margin has been progressively getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Now it's majority red counties and a few blue counties. So Democrats are bleeding support even in the blue state of New York, because right now they called it for Harris and it's 77% reporting, but the variation in the vote percentage is 15% when it used to be low 30s to high 20s. Even in California, there was polls saying that Biden was going to win the state of California by around 30%. It ended up being like 30 or 32%, and it ended up only being 24. So and I can't imagine what this year is going to be like, because there's a lot of Californians that don't even like Harris because she was a really, really corrupt a district attorney. By the way, everybody, like, share, comment, subscribe, please. I know my stream title is not correct for what I'm talking about this evening, but hopefully we'll be able, hopefully it won't be quite, hopefully it'll do better. So please like, share, comment, subscribe. I appreciate it. So the House right now, oh, just a big dump in the House seats. The GOP have 155 seats and the Democrats have 104. We are still up by 2 seats and the Democrats are down by 3. Oh. All right. So we've got Washington, they called it for Harris, and California, which they've called it for Harris. We don't have any specific information, but, you know, it's there. Yep. $214 for Trump and $179 for Harris. Gosh, Maine is taking forever to make any statement about anything. They only have 18% reporting. Shish kebab. The poly markets are saying Trump has a 93% chance of winning. That I don't know. Poly markets have been pretty accurate. They had him at like a 60 something percent this morning. Now they got him at 93. That's a big shift. Yeah. Yeah, might have been. Oh my goodness. Trump almost has a 6 million vote lead in the popular vote right now, even with California and Washington dropping in. Right. It's about sending a message. Yeah, and we the people have had enough. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Google is really not excited about this at the moment. They really probably don't want to put up what their results are for the Senate, because they know that 74% of the state of Texas is reporting in. It's solid. I don't know why they're not placing it, but it's going to probably come down to the fact that Ohio's not going to re-elect Sherrod Brown, and they're going to gain a second seat. The GOP will gain a second seat in the House, in the Senate, and they'll have a majority of 52 to 48. And they just don't want to see that happen. I'm hoping. Right now, the House is 161 GOP and 108 Democrat. No movement in terms of seats since, but that's about it. Governor races, they're still waiting to see with Utah and Washington, and those are the only two remaining. And if we can, and if the GOP lands Utah, which I would imagine they will, then that's 27 states that are ran by Republican governors. A little over half. Yeah, poly markets are 94% Trump. Oh, sounds like your planet over there is being quite the slave driver over there. In Virginia, the gap between Harris and Kamala Harris and Trump is only about 60,000 votes. 64% of Wisconsin's reporting in. Trump's still up by about 65,000, 70,000 votes. Wisconsin. Michigan, Trump is up by about 90,000 votes, 90,000 votes in Michigan. They're about 30% reporting. Pennsylvania is 73% reporting, and Trump is up about almost 200,000 votes. Trump is still holding North Carolina. Really, at the moment, the only thing that I'm most concerned about is Michigan and Pennsylvania and Arizona with their terrible, terrible system of mail-in votes. Poly markets have the GOP controlling the Senate at about 97.3% chance they will control the Senate. 97.3. Mm-hmm. Hey, there's Shish Kebab. He's back. Hey, they called North Carolina. It went for Trump. Trump's at 230. Just 40 more electoral votes. Yeah, I think 50 is a guarantee. I think it might be like 50. I think it might be 52 because they're gonna take Ohio at this point. Sherrod Brown has no shot at this rate. There's just no way. I don't know why they're not calling it. It's 91% reporting. There is no way Sherrod Brown's going to be able to come up with 200,000 votes with that much with that much reporting. It's looking pretty grim for Kerry Lake over in Arizona for the Senate race. At least at the moment it is. I don't know. It appears Kerry Lake was just not a very popular candidate in the state of Arizona, which is a little unfortunate, but oh yeah, yeah, because she used to be a TV anchor. I I think I don't remember exactly what it was. I think that was part of it. She ran against Katie Hobbs in 2020, and it wasn't. That was a fairly close race in all reality. Google still does not want to call Ted Cruz Allred contest. They really don't want to call it. It's 76% reporting on it, and Cruz is up by 900,000 votes. There's no way Allred's going to come back. Just call it. Yeah. They called Oregon for Harris, obviously. So far, Trump is up almost 5 million votes on the popular vote. He's still ahead. Now, at the moment, so far, the polls in California are only 18% reporting. Now, they have Harris at 59.8% to Trump at 37.7%. But the vote total, the vote count that they have listed right now is 1.9. Well, it just switched. It's 2 million for Harris and 1.3 million for Trump. So it's a difference of just about 700,000. Oregon is 58% reporting, and it hasn't even cracked. They haven't. Neither candidate has cracked 1 million votes. So. 73% reporting on New Mexico, not called yet. There's a variation of about 46,000 votes between Harris and Trump. Trump is behind by 80,000 votes approximately in Virginia. Oh, Harris pulled ahead in Minnesota. Minnesota. Yeah. There's a YouTuber I watch who he lives up in Minnesota, and then he complains about how awful the winters are with all the snow, and he complains about all the humidity and the mosquitoes, and how the state is awful because it always votes blue. And I just kind of laugh and I'm thinking to myself, bro, move out of the state. It's like, if you hate all of these things, then move out of the state of Minnesota. Oh. I put the weight of my knee on my chair and it cracked. Oh, they called New Mexico. 75%, 75% reporting. Harris only got it by about 40,000 votes. Yeah, that was pretty close. I think that margin will probably stay about the same. It might close a little bit by the time they're done. But the fact that Trump got it to be within 5% in a majority Hispanic state, that's saying something. Well, the Hispanic vote has been showing up pretty heavy for Trump. He only got like, what, 15% for something like that back in 2016, I think. And this year he's gotten 30% of that. Check their Senate races. Hey, Ohio just got it locked down. We are now going to have 52 Senate seats. Because Cruz is up by 1 million votes. I don't see that changing anytime soon. And Montana is going to hold. So even if okay, so if Texas and Montana go Republican, there's no way the Democrats can hold the Senate. They just will not hold the Senate at all. Let's see. For the House of Representatives, 167 seats for the GOP and 119 for the Democrats. I still can't believe it. I actually called and talked to my mom a little while ago, and she and I just can't believe it's like, all these people voting for Harris. It's like, you do realize that y'all didn't pick her to be the Democrat runner. It's like, you didn't pick her. Right. They're not thinking with their head, they're thinking with their heart, and it's like, when they think they're thinking with their head, because apparently Trump is literally Hitler, but I mean, I have yet to see that one come to fruition. I mean, I'm not seeing concentration camps anywhere in 4 years of him being president. I don't see mass genocide or anything going on. It's not like he's going out here starting World War III, unlike somebody we know. Trump's still holding about 5 million votes on the popular vote. It's sure looking like at this point, Trump's going to hold the popular vote. It really looks like he's going to hold it. Because I can't imagine all of those mail-in ballots coming in and making up 5 million votes. Oh, they called Virginia. Called it for Harris. Well, they called it right about where I thought they were going to call it. It would have to be at least 78% before they'd call it. They got it at 82%. It was a variation of a... Yeah. It's a variation of 150,000 votes, a little less than 150,000 votes. Considering that that Harris is at 1.9 million and Trump is at 1.8 million. Man, Nevada just doesn't want to put anything out there. My goodness. That's not much. It's not enough to really make any informed assumption about. Unless it's, well, no, Idaho. They called Idaho pretty much immediately. We called Montana, California, a whole bunch of other states pretty much immediately. Well, it looks pretty obvious that they're not going to do much to help Harris get up to the 81 million votes that Joe supposedly got. We lost one. Oh. We lost shish kebab. Sounds like it. Nope, he's back. Interesting. CNN doesn't want to call Virginia yet. They also haven't called. They haven't decided that they think New Mexico is safe enough for Harris. Probably. Right. They're trying to build up the tension for the 3 people who are watching CNN tonight. Yeah. Took them long enough. Like, basically all the states right in the middle of the country. It's like, what's the point of, like, playing games with those? They're going to go red. Except Colorado, because apparently people in Colorado like weed a lot. I can understand why Polymarket is saying that Trump will carry Pennsylvania. Because all of the early mail-in voting that's been going on, the Democrats didn't have an advantage in early voting. It's just not there. Because the low propensity early voters decided to show up and vote for Trump. I guess apparently the big thing in a lot of these states for the elections is that voter enthusiasm for Harris is extremely low. Like, very, very low. Right. And they're just deciding to say, we're just not going to show up. Yeah. Okay, so for the popular vote, Trump's up about 4 million. The gap's closed a little bit. Trump's at 61.2 million. Harris is at 57 million. So we're still holding in there. Yeah, it took them long enough. Harris. They still haven't called New Jersey or Connecticut. Or New Mexico. Polymarket's got Trump at 97% chance of taking it. Because actually, at this moment, the poly markets are saying that Trump's going to sweep all of the remaining open states of Georgia, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Nevada. That's their prediction. Yeah, he's still up decently in Wisconsin. If they call Wisconsin for Trump, that is going to be a gut punch to Kamala Harris. The land of the cheese wheel. Trump's lead in Pennsylvania is growing. Little over 200,000. Oh, almost we're getting close to 300,000. That is a really, really good sign. Oh yeah, it's way, way higher. He apparently was so high up on election day that even according to Joe Biden's polling, his internal polling was that if Trump hit 600,000 vote lead on election day, Joe could not take the state of Pennsylvania even with early mailing voting. But somehow he managed to pull it off. They called Hawaii. No surprises there. I mean, Hawaii is one of those states that it's like they're just kind of out in the middle of nowhere doing their own thing. And they're so disconnected from what happens here in the contiguous states that they really don't care. It's official. The GOP has control of the Senate with 51 seats. Montana will probably pull through here in a little while. And then we'll be looking at 52, at least. And if we're fortunate, Wisconsin, Michigan, and PA will go the way of Trump and will go the way of the Republicans, which I doubt it, but we'll see. That will mean that we'll have a majority of 55 seats. But we'll see. We at least have 52. Or guaranteed minimum of 51. Most likely 52. Nobody wants to call Georgia. Yeah. He's up by 120-ish thousand votes right now. Trump still got the popular vote by a little over 4 million votes. Yeah, let's hope it holds. Yeah, everything's just kind of slowing down. Yeah, there's not much to say at the moment. It's pretty slow moving right now. There's I mean, Arizona right now with the Senate race, um, Kerry Lake is still behind by nearly 100,000 votes, by a little over ish. Not doing, she's not doing real good. Um, see, Pennsylvania, they haven't gotten that one figured out. Michigan, they still don't. Wisconsin, they still don't. And they still haven't called Montana. The House, we're sitting at 179 for the GOP and 147 for the Democrats. But at the moment, and Trump's still got that 4%, 4 million vote lead, a little over. Man, this is going to be absolutely hilarious if Trump sweeps the blue wall with Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania and collects the popular vote. She loses 10 more electoral votes with Maryland. That would be amazing. I would love to see that. Well, poly markets are saying that there is a 99% chance that Trump gets presidency on the balance of power. They're really sure. I mean, their overall poly markets are saying 96.6, but the balance of power meter they're giving, they're saying it's so very likely that Trump gets presidency. And the Senate, they have a 98% saying, "Oh yeah, yeah, They've got it. The House, on the other hand, they are saying it's only a 59% chance that the Republicans hold the House. They're saying there's a 71% chance that he'll win every swing state. They're not. They only say there's about a 47% chance that there will be a record turnout this year, which it does not look like there is going to be a record turnout. And they're saying that it's only about an 18% chance that the election will be called today. Yeah, they're not real. They're not betting that this is going to get called today. Yeah, that sounds pretty safe. He's just up too high. They're at 93% reporting. Even if 100,000 votes went straight to Kamala Harris, which they won't be 100,000 even, it'll get split at least somewhat. Trump still wins the state of Georgia. That's 16 more electoral votes in Trump's favor, plus the three or four that comes from Alaska. Three, okay, and so that's 19. So he's looking at 249 electoral votes. Yeah, because they probably gave him Georgia. Yeah, that's not surprising. He's gonna get at least 1 point from Maine. Yeah, so that puts him at 251. So remember how I was talking about New York? The gap between them was probably going to get smaller as the night went on. It's now 11%. Yeah, the gap is getting smaller. And they're 93% reporting in. So there ain't much here to question. But even still, that margin's getting smaller and smaller. Man, they still haven't called New Hampshire either. So for the sake of just kind of because I'm curious about it. So let's say Harris pulls Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Arizona. And Trump wins everything else. And he gets the popular vote. He still wins. Because she'll only be at 275 and she'll lose 10 electoral votes because of Maryland's rule. Of going with... Yeah, that's assuming they follow it. If they do, then Trump gets the presidency. But, you know, it's Maryland. They're all like, well, we really don't want to. No, we really don't want to. Oh, CNN's starting to err on the side of Trump's getting Georgia. Yep, they're letting him have it. They're finally letting him have it. 246 electoral votes. It seems like there's definitely been some shenanigans this year with the election, but it doesn't, so far, it doesn't look like there's that much yet. Like they're calling stuff pretty assuredly and just letting it stand. Yeah, it's so far it doesn't seem all that bad. So far we're looking okay. Now if Arizona gets called tonight and Georgia gets called tonight, I think we're in for a pretty short night. Because we know Alaska's going to go for Trump. That's not even up for debate. Yeah, he's pretty much guaranteed. Heck, Harris could pull Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And if Trump wins Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, Alaska, then Trump still wins. He doesn't even necessarily have to pull the blue wall. He doesn't have to pull the Rust Belt. He's just got to pull the other states. I think. But they haven't officially called Maine, and they haven't officially called New Hampshire yet. So he might still have to pull them, but pull the other states. Yeah. And with the way the early voting went, it's not looking good for Harris. on earth is going on over in Nevada? Trump's still ahead in Wisconsin by about 100,000 votes. Michigan, he's ahead 200,000 votes. And Pennsylvania, about 160,000. Arizona, it's about 13. Mm-hmm. Those will probably be relatively split. Cameron County, which is not reporting in yet at all, there's nothing there. I would imagine that would be a red county, but I'm not sure. Erie County, which is where Erie, Pennsylvania is showing that Trump's ahead there, and they're almost done. Pittsburgh's at 94% reporting. That was actually a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. 419,000 for Harris and 279,000 for Trump. Lackawanna County, which has Scranton, because apparently Scranton Joe, they're 99% reporting, and Harris is ahead in it by close to 3,000 votes. Monroe, yeah. Monroe County, it's only a variation of 1,000 votes, and they're 95% reporting. Northampton, Northampton, however you pronounce that, because it looks like Northampton or Northampton. That county has gone for Trump by about 8,000 votes. And they're 94% reporting. Bucks County is 66% reporting. Trump's in the lead. I don't even want to try to pronounce that one. It's Lehigh. As Allentown, Pennsylvania. Harris is leading by about a little less than 5,000 votes. Yeah, it's going to come down to Philadelphia, Montgomery, Chester, and Delaware County. Because those are the counties that are not done. Philadelphia is 78%. Montgomery is 86%. Chester 81%. And Delaware County is 95%. So they're pretty much done. Yeah, they're very blue counties. We'll see what happens. Trump's back at a 5 million vote lead on the popular vote. This is getting to drag really bad. Yeah. All the states that are going to make it pretty easy on us is they're all done. They're all done. Yeah, all the ones that want to drag this out forever. Yeah. Yeah, not much is really going on. It's just we're just all here, just kind of hanging out. Oh, hey, we're finally getting a little bit of something out of Nevada. Not much, but a little bit. 4% reporting. Trump's ahead, but we shall see. Oh, wait, never mind. Now I'm over at CNN and they're like saying it's 68% reporting, and Trump is up pretty heavily by about 22,000 votes in Nevada. Only took forever. It's another. That'd be another 6 point. That's another 6. If he takes it, that's another 6 electoral votes. That will put him at 252. 270. 270 to win. If he pulls Nevada and Arizona and one of the other swing states, it's pretty much over. Wisconsin is 86% reporting. Trump has been holding that lead all night. Google finally gave up and said that Trump won Georgia. No, they just didn't want to admit it. It's just too obvious. There might be a chance that this election will get called tonight. Yeah. I think the big difference with this election as opposed to 2020 is that COVID's not a thing. And that's really, I think, what's doing it. Is they can't play shifty and shady games. It's all right out in the open, and they can't claim anything caused problems. So it's a little harder to cheat or have problems, quote unquote. Still a 5 million vote lead on the popular vote. Yeah, it's going back up. It keeps fluctuating between 4 and 5 million. So here's my question. Where did those 20 million voters go? Just saying. Where'd all those 20 million voters go? Oh man, Minnesota is, wow, that's actually fairly close. Oh, it's actually really close. It's about 54,000 votes apart, and they're only 65% reporting. But we'll see what comes of it. It's it's saying about 3%, or 2.5% more specifically, is what they're saying Kamala's up by. But sometimes I don't like looking at the percentages because sometimes the percentages are a little misleading. In a lot of cases, you kind of have to just take the raw numbers. Because in all honesty, some of these margins are so small in all reality, because there's so many people who live in those states that it's easy to just turn it. Yeah, I mean that's a state that's just going to vote red. I don't understand why they're dragging their feet on it. Just call it. Pennsylvania's 90% reporting. Yeah, 90%. Oh, 93%, sorry. They still haven't called New Jersey. It's 88% reporting. It's like, I'm pretty sure this is one's a done deal. It's like, just call it. At least CNN hasn't called it. New Jersey. Buddy of mine's texting me. He's like, how the heck is Minnesota in play? It's like, yeah, it's still in play. There's 74% reporting, and the margin is, it's still within striking distance. It's a little less than 3%, but it's still within striking distance. The website 270 to win just straight up gave Alaska to Trump. They're like, forget it. We're not playing this game. we just know what that one is. That's just how it is. They're pretty good. They hold pretty true to what they're seeing. At least that's what it looks like so far. CNN's website's not too bad for going to the states themselves and pulling up by county and figuring out how much of the county has already voted. Well, we've got 184 seats in the House for the GOP and 157 for the Democrats. The governor races are all wrapped up. The House is 184 for the Republicans and 157 for the Democrats right now. Governor races are completely done. There are 27 Republican governors and 23 Democrat governors. Strangely enough, one of those Democrat governors is the governor of Kentucky. Yeah, no kidding. Buddy of mine's, he was saying, how is Minnesota still in play? And he's like, they didn't even vote for Reagan. What is this? Still 5 million up on the popular vote. This is going to be my longest stream. Yeah, I'm clocking in right now at 3 hours and 46 minutes. Yeah, I'm going to be at, this is at least a 4-hour stream. Yeah, this is one of those days where yeah, it's fine. Just we'll just do it. Oh, hang tight. I'll be back in a bit. Hey, we're looking good.
What'd you miss?
Fox News just called Pennsylvania for Trump.
That's it?
Yeah. If he does in fact land it, it's over. It's just completely over.
Well, they already called it, basically.
Yeah. Because that's how many votes? That's wait. Oh, they finally stopped bouncing around on New Hampshire, and they finally gave it to Harris. That's 19 electoral votes for Trump.
Does he win with that?
I'm not sure. I don't not right off. I don't think. I don't think he wins right off on that one. Let's see, 247 plus 19. He's 6.6 votes off, but under this map right here that I'm looking at with Alaska, that's 3 more. He only needs 1 more electoral vote. It doesn't matter. He just has to pull one of the 4 other states, and it's over. And at this point, Nevada is going to go for him. It's so close. Arizona looks pretty good, and I'm feeling real strongly about Wisconsin. It's 2016 all over again. According to 270 to win, Trump got it. According to 270 to win. Got him! Insert the other great meme. I'm going to end this man's whole career. This is the win we should have had 4 years ago. Yeah, 4 whole years. Yeah, they had to understand what they were missing. They had to. Oh, I didn't hear. %87 reporting. Oh, according to CNN, it's 89% reporting. Wait, how much? How many? Oh, I don't want that.
Looks pretty similar.
Yeah, it's the 2016 map is looking real similar to the 2020 map. The only difference might be is that Nevada might have changed too. So let's see. How many electoral votes did Hillary get? $227. That's what Hillary got. If trends are staying exactly the way they are right now, Kamala Harris will lose more than Hillary did.
Put Trump against a girl.
Yeah, put Trump against a woman and he will blow it out of the water.
Let me see that other map again.
Yeah. What?
That's interesting.
Yeah, I think it would have been harder for them to have pulled shenanigans to force him out of office. I think it would have been a very decisive win.
Can't fall asleep. Buddy, get a book and read a book.
I mean, think about this too. J.D. Vance just got into politics. He was a senator for what, 2 years, and now he's going to be the vice president. Yeah, that's true. It was only about 2 years. But man, do you know J.D. Vance's story? He was raised in the Appalachian Territory in the, I want to say the southeast part of Ohio. His mom was a druggie, and he had a really, really rough upbringing. He actually wrote about his growing up years in his book Hillbilly Elegy, and it was a pretty rough, it was pretty tough. He talked about some of it on the Joe Rogan Experience fairly recently, and yeah, I mean he's definitely a very big rags to riches story. Maybe not riches in the same way, but he's gone from being poor and impoverished to being the vice president of the United States. Yeah. 90% reporting in Wisconsin. We're still looking good. It's about 120,000 vote lead for Trump.
What does yours say?
90%
reporting in Wisconsin?
in Wisconsin, yeah.
Oh, mine only says 88. Mine must be behind.
66 million votes for Donald Trump. Only in 61 for Harris. She has got to be sweating bullets right now.
She chose not to speak at her rally. Her watch party.
She chose not to speak at her own rally?
Her own watch party. You know how, like, in the end, the candidates come out and, like, talk and whatever? She didn't come out and said she addressed the crowd tomorrow.
Harris was not going to address her own supporters until tomorrow. She's going to play Hillary. Yeah. She is not going to address anybody until tomorrow. It's like, give me a break. Come on. Trump is going to be up till 2 in the morning, if 3 or 4 in the morning if he has to. And he will address the nation. Yeah. Yeah, she needs to address them tonight and say, "Listen, I concede the election. I lost."
No, she doesn't need to say that, but she needs to at least talk to them.
Yeah, or at least just say that she's, like, look, we're either gonna wait till tomorrow for more, or we're just
it's not over till it's over.
Yeah, or at least say it's not over till it's over, but gosh.
I mean, that's what you need to say.
Yeah, she can keep running for president. She's not that old. Well, I mean, hey, they could run Jimmy Carter again if they really wanted to. Yeah, and he's 90-something years old. Oh, come on, CNN. Give up Pennsylvania. Come on. It's over.
I know, they really didn't want to give up Georgia.
Yeah. Yeah, they desperately didn't want to give up Georgia.
They just kept on clinging and clinging.
Georgia is 99% reporting right now. Oh, they just called Minnesota. Hey. According to 270 to win, he's got it. Fox News just called Minnesota for Harris. Wow, those margins are so small. It's a difference of 81,000 votes. I don't even know if Reagan got that. Yeah, in Wisconsin. That's according to Fox. There's gonna. Yeah, he won. Yeah, they're trying so hard. 220 to win says he's got it. 220, the website 220 to win says he's got it. Yeah, they Google and CNN are just like, please God, no. Yeah. Or I certainly hope we get another one of those meme videos of that woman in the green vest and glasses screaming, no.
Why is Georgia shaded weird? Because it was maybe a battleground state.
No. Oh, it's still just as good as it was. 5 million votes. Yeah. This will be a gut punch to all of the leftist news outlets saying, "Look, not only did he win the electoral college, he won the popular vote, and now you can't say that half the country is racist." Oh yeah. Right. called Word Salad Harris for a reason. Oh, let's take a look at... I'm going to check the Senate stuff here. Still nothing. Lame. The House. Google is saying that the GOP are 187 and the Democrats are at 163. So the earlier advantages that the Republicans made are kind of gone, and the losses the Democrats had are kind of null now. So it's a toss-up on who's going to get the House, but it's looking like the GOP will hold it. Yeah, it's 2016 all over again. 2016? Yeah, we had all three in 2016. Yeah, we had all three. Yep. Honestly, by all like historical accounts, the Democrat Party should have died off decades ago, probably like 100 years ago, because the party's just become radically irrelevant. Right. I mean, they're just full-blown communists. Yeah. It's not about the election. It's about sending a message. uh, oh, he will. Oh, he will. And it'll be #1 on digital download charts. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It'll probably be something to that effect. Yeah. Standing on empty platitudes, telling us who we should vote for, who we should be, how we should feel, what we should think. It's not working. We don't care about what you have to say. Yeah, you just make us more mad, and we just don't want to hear it from you anymore. Oh my goodness. I'm looking at Nevada. Only one county is currently blue, and it's Clark County where Las Vegas is. Just the one. And it's, yep, and they have 77% of the vote reporting, and it's about 13,000 votes in favor of Harris. That's it, from with 374,000 votes. This margin is not that high.
No, what did you say? For Nevada? How many reporting?
For the whole state.
Yeah.
Fox News is officially calling it Trump's president. 72% of Nevada has reported in.
Mine says 78 has reported in, and Donald Trump leads Nevada by 51.2% over Harris's 47.2.
Yep. Yep, this was a rough night for Harris.
Fox is calling it for Harris.
Fox is calling it for Trump. They're already saying he's president. They're already saying he won. Basically, every other state that's in play that's not finished now, they're like, doesn't matter. He could lose every single one of them, and he's still president.
How do they figure that?
270. That's all you have to have.
Oh, because they called Pennsylvania.
It's because of Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm. Did they officially call Pennsylvania?
Yes. Yeah. Wisconsin. They just called. Fox News just called Wisconsin. Yep.
For Trump.
They just called it for Trump. They were all of the leftist news outlets were anticipating all of the swing states to go blue. Mm-hmm. By fairly small margins too, by like less than 2%. Yeah, they just kept holding out. It's 2016 all over again. Yeah, fair enough. Because once they report it, it's like, yeah, it's pretty much just done. Oh, we got a little more movement on the House. 188 seats in the House for the GOP and 163 for the Democrats. We're getting closer. Just 30 more seats. That's all it'll take. And I'm looking at the map. It looks like there's at least 30 left to get. Oh, it just went up by another one for the GOP. $5.2 million votes in favor of Donald Trump on the popular vote. 5.2 million. I got the Trump camp live stream going in the background, so once he comes out for his speech, I'll have that one going. Wait, oh, what did they just? Not much. They just gave Trump like another 2 points. I'm guessing those are the swing districts or the smaller districts. About 260,000 vote lead in Michigan for Trump. He's been holding it all night. Oh, Polymarket is now saying that the Republicans will take the House with a very high likelihood. Yeah. And this is proof that wow, Hillary was more popular than Harris because she at least got the popular vote. My goodness. I didn't either. Well, according to CNN, Sam Brown, the Republican candidate for Senate in Nevada, is winning in his Senate race. What? You are? Oh, look at it. You want me to turn the light off?
Yeah. When you come to bed, you can.
I'll just turn it off now. It's okay. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream, but we should have President in the morning.